Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are Florida.
On this Sunday, the suddenly hot Miami Marlins trying to do something they've not done before at home, and that is sweep the Reds in 4. 4-game series, first 3 have fallen to the fish. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Todd Hollinsworth. The Marlins all of a sudden have won 4 straight. They've won 7 of 9. And last night on FS1, it was the outfield that dazzled in taking 3 straight in this series.
Well, it feels like the Marlins lineup right now is taking turns producing. You know, it was the bottom half of the lineup the first 2 games of the series. Yesterday, the top of the lineup, the Yelich's, the Stantons, the Ozunas, contributing on primetime television and getting it done. So, yeah, a big performance. And look, they're going for a 4-game sweep. Yeah, the Cincinnati Reds have been struggling, but a 4-game sweep is a 4-game sweep.
So Miami's outfield has been terrific all season long, and of course a pair of them all-stars. Last night, though, it was the man in the middle who flexed his muscles.
Yeah, great to see him going the other way. That's a 2-strike swing. That's a 2-strike 3-run homer to left center field. Not easy to do in this ballpark. We've seen his power develop. Look at Giancarlo Stanton. Guess where he's going? You're seeing a theme here. Going the other way, staying inside that baseball. What a beautiful swing adjustment he made weeks ago, and the dividends, he is reaping the rewards. Lots and lots of RBIs. And speaking of RBIs, Marcell Ozuna's got 24 of them in July. He has been on fire. A couple of big knocks yesterday.
Doubles night for him last night. Had a double to left center, had a double to right. There's your talented core of the Marlins. Their season numbers right now. Yelich is starting to really get hot drive-in runs, drive the ball out of the ballpark. He's had 4 home runs since the All-Star break.
Well, taking turns. Guess where Christian Yelich gets to hit? You see the graphic right there, the talented core. Well, that's right. He hits right between those 2 guys, and it's a great place to be. Right-handed power in front, right-handed power behind. A lot of opportunities to drive in runs, and Christian Yelich, as we talked about, is really hitting that stride.
This is an opportunity for both teams to face a guy they've never faced that used to be in their organization. Dan Straley goes for the fish. Remember, he was a Red last year, and he would like to turn it around a bit. He's had a really nice season. Last 2 starts haven't gone the way he's wanted.
Yeah, they really haven't. He's just had a fantastic first 3 months to this season. Sometimes, the rumors, they'll get in your head. You hear a little bit about it. But Dan Straley, his last 2 starts, the ball up. It's as simple as that. He's got to get that fastball down in the zone, along with the changeup and slider to be effective. Listen, this team, the Cincinnati Reds team, they have been struggling offensively, so this might be a very good matchup, and he's pitched well at home.
And he's facing Luis Castillo. He's the guy the Marlins traded to the Reds to bring Straley here. So that's an interesting touch on this ball game as well. When we get back, unique relationship. Dan Straley gets the ball. Billy Hamilton leading off. We'll talk about it when we return. For him, though, for the Reds, with more Jessica Blaylock, Jeff Conine.
Thanks so much, Rich. Yeah, Dan Straley taking the mound today for the Fish in the series finale between the Marlins and the Reds. A rocky last start in Texas. He's looking to get back on the right track today.
Yeah, Dan Straley just 4 innings last time in Texas, so we're giving up 6 earned runs and 10 hits. Looking to come back to his familiar place. Pitches very well here at Marlins Park, and had a unique relationship with this guy in center field who's now his opponent instead of his teammate.
That's right. Straley came to Miami by way of Cincinnati, so he's facing his former team. That includes Billy Hamilton, who made some spectacular defensive plays for him.
How about this one? In Marlins Park last year, Dan Straley, of course, with the Reds. Look at some of these plays that Billy Hamilton makes. Dan Straley, of course, you're going to be clapping, you're going to be happy, you're going to be smiley, because he's saving you a lot of runs, fist pumping, hugging. A lot going on here between these two. You got to appreciate the defense that he brings to the table.
So much speed from Billy Hamilton, not only at the plate, but making those great defensive plays in the outfield. And Dan Straley had the opportunity to talk about his former teammate.
Yeah, he's a pretty unbelievable talent. Just, his speed that he brings to center field. I was watching it last night. I saw it all last year, but, really noticing how far away the corner outfielders get to play and just give Billy so much room out there in center field, and even how shallow he plays, like in a big ballpark like this, and just his ability to just add range. He's a pretty special talent out there in center field, and definitely had a lot of hugs and a lot of joy come my way watching him make those catches last year.
Well, the goo-goo eyes are going to be gone today, because Dan Straley's going to try to get his former teammate out at least 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, he said it should be a lot of fun to go up against his former team. Of course, last year he's trying to get wins for Cincinnati. Now today he's trying to get the win against Cincinnati. When we return, it is first pitch in this series finale between the Marlins and the Reds. The Fish going for the sweep. It would be their first ever 4-game sweep at Marlins Park.
And the Reds finish off a 4-game set. Fish going for a sweep, trying to stay hot. Straley's numbers this year, a 3.84 ERA. His last 2 starts, though, lost to the Phillies and at Texas. 9 innings, 10 runs. First pitch, yep, that's Billy Hamilton, his buddy from last year, and he fouls it back to the screen. Hamilton just 1 for 11 in this series. Scooter Gennett and Joey Votto will follow against the 28-year-old out of Springfield, Oregon. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Reds and Marlins last night, in case you missed it. Fish 7-3 win. Big night by the outfield. We showed all the highlights. The home run by Yelich. Stanton double to right center. The 2 doubles by Ozuna. And we should have mentioned, not as an aside, but as an equally important headline, Adam Conley was terrific last night. 7 2/3. Conley giving up just 2 runs. And so starting pitching has kind of been a little theme here as the Marlins have ripped off 7 of 9 and 4 straight.
And speaking of Adam Conley, outstanding performance last night. You see the 7 2/3 season high 1.74 ERA since getting back up to the big leagues. That's 3 starts. So good stuff from Conley since his return.
And today Miami's hoping that Dan Straley is able to look like he did 3 starts ago. High pop. Dietrich makes a catch in fair territory. The Reds are headed in an opposite direction than the Fish. They do need that lifeguard badly. Southwest Airlines brings you their starting lineup. Billy Hamilton, Scooter Gennett, Joey Votto's in the 3 spot. Adam Duvall's had a nice series. He's popped a couple of home runs. Eugenio Suarez, Scott Schebler, Jose Peraza, Tucker Barnhart, Luis Castillo pitches, hits 9. This is the A team for Brian Price because the Reds have dropped 14 of their last 16 ball games since the All-Star break.
Yeah, it hasn't been pretty, and they've struggled offensively. That's the one thing they probably thought would be a little bit more consistent. Offense has been pretty much dismal here in the second half, other than
it's a foul ball. Moore sprawled out for it.
Other than a few solo homers along the way, just really haven't been able to come up with much offense.
There's Brian Price. Reds in the throes of rebuilding. Offense they have. Starting pitching has been the biggest question mark for Cincinnati. They've got a lot of young starters, including today's Luis Castillo. Count 1-2. Jeanette's got 3 hits. He's one of the bright spots for Cincinnati this year. His play offensively, after being claimed off waivers from the Milwaukee Brewers to start the season.
Career high in home runs, career high in RBIs here end of July, so 2 months to go. He's really got it together.
A swing and a miss, and Straley the changeup has the first 2 outs here in the first. Miami's defense, some different names and numbers in there today.
Sunday getaway day for the Cincinnati Reds. Marcell Ozuna, Christian Yelich, Ichiro's over in right field today. Dietrich, Rojas, Gordon, Tyler Moore back in there. A.J. Ellis behind the plate hitting second. Wow, I buried the lead right there. Got a little excited. Good to see him getting an opportunity.
Well, there's Ichiro out in right field. Giancarlo Stanton and JT Realmuto to begin with have the day off, but you would expect their bats to make special guest appearances in the 7th or 8th, 9th inning. Straley runs that in. Stanton a big double to right center last night. Votto's had a very Votto-like series. Joey is 4 for 8, 3 walks, hit by a pitch, a homer, and 2 RBIs. He homered last night to straightaway center field against Adam Conley. And he takes a rip at a 3-0 pitch.
On the first pitch. Well, that's also something new for Joey. Consistently this year has been aggressive in fastball counts. 10 first pitch home runs this year. Swinging it pretty better, much better over the last 4 games. You see the 6 for 10, 9 for 13 plate appearances. He's reached base in this series.
Slow start after the All-Star break. But since then, he's been doing a lot of that, though that ball is foul, hitting the ball hard and on a line in this series. First pitch he saw from Adam Conley. And the Reds were off to a 1-0 start. Didn't last long. It was 248 for his career. That puts him 3rd all-time on the Canadian list of home run hitters. A couple great names and great characters in front of him.
Larry Walker and Matt Stairs. Stairs is close. He'll be in 2nd place. Good shot maybe, but before the end of the season.
Yeah, Walker 383, Votto 248, Stairs 265. And Votto bangs one into center field for a 2-out single. So Votto's at first. Now, one thing about Straley here as well, many people around baseball, even around the Marlins, were skeptical that he was going to make this start today because his name has been bandied about in the last week and a half as a serious trade target for contending teams that covet starting pitching. Milwaukee, the latest name linked to Dan Straley. For a guy like Sonny Gray, who's a little higher profile, Oakland has moved his start from today to tomorrow as a precaution. Of course, the Yankees today got a pitcher, Jaime Garcia from the Twins, as the Twins flipped him after trading for him. We'll keep our ears and eyes open on all of the trade talk today. Also, we'll have some Hall of Fame stuff, the Hall of Fame inductions going on in Cooperstown right now. Straley keeping Votto close. That's one of the things that I wish, and this has been talked about for the last couple of years. I wish baseball could find a time for the Hall of Fame ceremonies and induction that was not in the middle of everybody playing a game. Here's a 1-1. There's a roller up the first base side. Maybe Sunday before the All-Star game, or maybe even on a day like this, much like closing day, is start the games all at 3 o'clock Eastern and have the induction ceremony start at 11 a.m. so that you and I and everybody can watch them as they happen, right, rather than just see the highlights or DVR them, or have the induction ceremonies a little later in the day. I know it's tough. You got families and people traveling a long ways to get to Cooperstown. But in my 24 years in the big leagues, I have yet to watch one of those things, because we're always working on a Sunday, and players are interested, executives are interested. All right, let me get down from the soapbox.
Well, you're right. Kind of check in and check out during all these ball games that are going on.
Got him. Straley strikes out Duvall. He busted his bat and he struck him out. Reds get a hit, leave that runner. Marlins coming up on a Sunday, going for a 4-game sweep. We're just underway. By Jeep, by Vico Painting Contractors. Find out more at www.vicopainting.com. By your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. And by Southwest, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Just underway and just in the box is D. Gordon with A.J. Ellis hitting second and Christian Yelich right behind him.
Well, there he is, Luis Castillo. Louis Castillo, how about it? Scouting report, Auto Nation, hello again. That's right, he's been a Marlin a few different times, a minor leaguer. Number 2 prospect and baseball's number 5 prospect until January 2017. That's right, he was traded to the Reds for none other than Dan Straley. All right, he's got a big time arm, nearly 98 miles an hour on that 4-seam fastball. Great pitch, good stuff. Now, he's been relatively very good with the fastball, and his secondary pitches are good, but he has been giving up damage against that fastball. 350 batting average against secondary stuff, really good, particularly the changeup. One of the best in the game to go along with a very good slider. Only a 150 batting average against that pitch. So, what's the key to beating him today? Stay ahead of him. When he gets ahead, 152 batting average. When he's behind in the count, 396 with 6 home runs allowed.
They kind of go hand in hand, don't they? Because when he falls behind, he has a tendency not to throw the changeup.
Right. Well, it's interesting. I mean, he's got young guy makeup, you know, tremendous stuff. You see the power arm, but you realize that he makes a lot of mistakes out over the plate. Scouting report today going in there against him, you're probably going to get something down the middle of the plate to hit, but it's going to be 98 miles an hour.
Gordon sends one to first. Votto is there. 98. You were right. Miami's lineup brought to you by Southwest. D. Gordon in the leadoff spot. A.J. Ellis is hitting second. Christian Yelich in the 3 spot. Marcell Ozuna hitting cleanup. Look at the last 5 games, the damage that Ozuna has done. Derek Dietrich slides up to 5. Tyler Moore's at first. Ichiro a start. And in the 7th spot, Miguel Rojas is at shortstop. Dan Straley hits 9th. And here is Ellis. JT Realmuto and Giancarlo Stanton getting the day off, at least to begin with. Ellis had a nice game against Cincinnati last week, including a home run. Castillo shows a breaking ball. 2 strikes.
Well, AJ, his name is out there as well. A few different teams are calling the Marlins about AJ.
Shoots it over to Votto, flips it on to Castillo, and he arrives at first on time. Here's the Reds defensively.
They are trying to avoid a 4-game sweep at the hands of the Marlins. All right, Duvall in left, Hamilton in center field, Schebler back in right. He had a day off yesterday. Suarez, Peraza, net, Votto, Barnhart back behind the plate along with Castillo.
A strike to Yelich. 3-run homer last night, opposite field homer. Over the scoreboard in left center field.
Came on an 0-2 pitch. First one this season, 3rd 0-2 pitch home run of his career.
Pulls it to first. Votto was thinking about flipping and then realizes he can get there in plenty of time. Marlins down in order, headed to the 2nd. serve. To join up for a ball game, active and retired U.S. military personnel, veterans, firemen, police receive 2 complimentary tickets when showing their official service IDs at Marlins Park. For more information, go to marlins.com/promotions. Of course, tomorrow night, new opponent, the Washington Nationals, the first-place Nationals, walk into Marlins Park. Gio Gonzalez, the Hialeah kid, against Jose Urena. Marlins will see Max Scherzer on Tuesday night. And to be announced starter for the Nationals on Wednesday, Chris O'Grady, and right now Vance Worley scheduled to start. Dan Straley back to work. He's 2-1 on Eugenio Suarez.
Well, Straley looking really good here early. Talked about the changeup and the slider getting him down in the zone. He's finishing his pitches right now. Looks much better. Always likes to move his 4-seam fastball around the strike zone, so you do see the elevation at times, but those secondary pitches have got to be down.
That was not down, and it wasn't a secondary pitch. It almost dotted Suarez, who walks. He's aboard at first. Scott Schebler, Jose Peraza to follow.
Now this is the 2-seam fastball. Doesn't get hit often. In fact, he's got very good numbers with the pitch, but you got to throw it for strikes. As you see Dan Straley's reaction, just a bit inside.
This is certainly one of those games where you rarely run into it, but when you do, all of a sudden everybody, rightfully so, starts comparing the trade for the Reds and the Marlins. Ichiro under this one makes the catch. Straley, of course, a veteran guy who turned a major corner last year with an ERA at 3.76. Career low for him, career high in wins and in starts. And then the promise of Luis Castillo. Marlins wanted a veteran in their rotation, and they gave up a young arm to get him. So it's, for the first time, Straley facing the Reds as a Marlin, and obviously Castillo for the first time facing the Marlins when it's not an inter-squad game in spring training.
Well, as you tell the story, Rich, I mean, it's all about timing. It's the promise of Castillo. It's what Dan Straley brings on a daily basis, and I think that's just it. Reds are in a different position, certainly as they rebuild their organization to try to put together their pitching and their team for years to come. In the National League Central, Marlins in a little bit of a different position as far as their hope to contend at the beginning of the year. And Straley made a little more sense at the time.
Billy Hatcher running through the signs at third. Jose Peraza is 4 for 10 in this series. No Zach Cozart, injured at the start of the series, on the disabled list now. And a line drive to left sends Ozuna over to get it. Reds have runners first and second. So Washington walks in here tomorrow night as a first-place team. Look where the Marlins are now. This run of 4 straight and 7 of 9, coupled with the losing streak of a couple teams behind them, Atlanta especially. And if you didn't go back to the calendar and add it up, I don't think a lot of people would suspect that the Marlins' 32-23 record since late May is the 3rd best in the National League.
Well, you and I certainly appreciated it and felt it, but we also felt the May, and I think that was what you can't leave that out. Good to see the Marlins playing much better baseball. This offense really rolling.
Quite honestly, May is what sent David Phelps to Seattle.
Yep.
And A.J. Ramos to the Mets. And being that far back.
And even in May, I think it was very difficult for a lot of these guys. The identity of the team was being established, and you see it now, how capable they are, how well the middle of the lineup works. You also can tie that into Giancarlo Stanton becoming the 2-hitter and a few other meaningful moments.
Now, we weren't on the air last night. FS1 did a fine job covering the game. But of course, after Friday night's game, announced that AJ Ramos is headed to the Mets. Merandy Gonzalez, a really good young starting pitcher. Ricardo Cespedes, the Cespedes for the rest of us. A talented outfielder as well, not related to Yoenis. Ricardo Cespedes was born in the Bronx, raised in the Dominican. Merandy Gonzalez is also out of the Dominican Republic. The irony, of course, is that Phelps and Ramos are facing each other, or their teams are facing each other in Seattle with the Mets and the Mariners. That's trouble. That's going to get down into the gap. Yelich over to pick it up. 1 run will score. Racing around second is Peraza. He arrives at third. Suarez comes across, and Tucker Barnhart gives Cincinnati a 1-0 lead.
Leadoff walk to Suarez is what scores. The back-to-back base hits from the bottom of the lineup is what gets it done. A couple of off-speed pitches. Peraza got on a slider. Barnhart on the changeup. That changeup had depth, and it was down. You see what Dan Straley's trying to accomplish. Give credit where credit is due. Barnhart stayed on it, stayed down in the zone, and was able to elevate it into center field for the RBI base hit. Good swing of the bat.
We've got Castillo up right now. Castillo still close with many in the Marlins clubhouse, particularly Jose Urena, Marcelo Zuna. Corners in. First and third bunt situation. There's the bunt, and it's foul. Marlins defended that with just your standard Moore coming in from first, Dietrich holding ground at third. See if any of that changes here.
1 for 14 on the season. Pretty obvious he's going to put down a sacrifice bunt. That's what he's going to attempt to do. See if Dan Straley can't get him to pop it up.
Runner coming home, and everybody is safe. Good heads up by Peraza, and that's the danger of that first and third bunt. If you don't execute it, if the bunt is good, it's hard to prevent the run, and it's hard to get an out.
Yeah, the read from third base, an outstanding one from Peraza. You see the lead, he can come down the line as far as Dietrich comes down, and you realize once that bunt out is forced for Dan Straley to come get just out in front of the dirt. Yeah, barely gets it, trickles it onto the grass right there. Dan Straley has a long way to go. He's not in position to field and toss. He has actually got to do it all in one motion, and it was a good bunt. Red's able to pick up another run.
And the danger as well, I mean, there's a myriad of problems, but if the ball is just out in front of the plate on the lip of the grass, the catcher can't go anywhere. Watch Ellis, he actually sees the runner coming down and stops.
Well, this is all on Dan Straley. He's the only one that can make a play. AJ recognizes it, sees him out of the corner of his eye.
And Straley right now on the mound, stretching that left leg. Marlins have Dustin Luker, one of their trainers, out. So it's 2-0 Cincinnati, and this certainly isn't a good sight with all the injuries that the Fish have had, both in their rotation and in their lineup.
Somewhat of a surprise acceleration. Down to shuffle it. You see kind of his hamstring or his knee area. He's trying to shake it out.
He says he's good. He's going to have to face Billy Hamilton here, and the Reds have runners at first and second. So a great bunt by Castillo. to go as a base hit, actually. Hamilton popped out back in the first. And of course, if he lays down a bunt, then you got to be worried about the ultra quick speed. Swings and misses. Ball and a strike. Marlins and Nationals. Fish then hit the road. They'll go to Atlanta first. Australia at 2-1 now. Atlanta and then Washington, a 4-game series at Washington. Next homestand, the Marlins get their very first look of the year. Odd to say that, as it will be on the 11th of August. Of Colorado. Marlins see Colorado for 3 and then go to Colorado near the end of the year. Hamilton, a little dribbler. This is real trouble. Rojas going to have to eat it.
Well, by definition, small ball for the Reds working here. That's 2 hitters. Slow roller by Billy Hamilton. He's going to beat that out just about every time. Bunt by Castillo has got this inning turning into a bit of a nightmare for Dan Straley and the Marlins. Base is now loaded once again. It's the changeup down in the zone. He's getting the bad contact for the most part.
That's similar to the pitch that Barnhart hit.
Barnhart did a nice job of really using those legs to drive it. Billy Hamilton got away with his speed being the to help him benefit from that. Scooter Gennett, 2 grand slams in his career. It's a big moment in this ball game. Marlins have been able to come back in the last 2 games and get wins against this Reds team.
Ball and a strike. And the other danger here is this. 42 pitches already. He's only got 1 out here in the second. One and 2.
Gennett strikeout victim in the first, 0 for 4 yesterday. You mentioned one of the more consistent, productive Reds this season. Out hitting Joey Votto on deck.
Pitch is out. Other trade news this afternoon, Melky Cabrera returned much like a library book back to the Kansas City Royals from the White Sox. Remember, he went from Kansas City to San Francisco. Right-handed pitcher A.J. Puckett and lefty Andre Davis are now members of the Chicago White Sox. Adrian Beltre today is 1 hit away from 3,000.
That's kind of neat, I have to admit. Get it today with Pudge going in, Texas Rangers and everything else going on. I know a lot of the Texas people aren't there. Cooperstown,
right? Two balls, 2 strikes to Gennett, and Ellis taking a lot of care. As you pointed out, this is a crucial spot in the game. And a breaking ball, he buries it, and Gennett chases and strikes out.
Able to find that next tier down, Straley does. Huge pitch right there with the bases loaded. This slider We talked about the depth that he needs to be successful. Look how Jeanette all the way down to his back knee trying to get that pitch. Good meeting by A.J. Ellis. Huge slider here in the second.
Now Votto fires at the first pitch and it's popped up. Will it stay in play?
Back there, get room.
Dietrich. Oh, and Rojas behind him. Someone was talking there, and I'm not sure if it was from the seats or from the dugout.
Back there, get room. God dang. Back there, get room. God dang.
Now, I think with that call of Derek, you've got room, was the assumption that the catch was going to be made by Derek. Derek heard something else because he let it go as if Rojas was going to be the one to make the catch.
Votto swings and misses. That's 0-2.
Well, somehow it was meant to be. Joey Votto has only popped to an infielder 6 times this season. Doesn't do it often. Would have been a huge, huge out. The Marlins. Let's hope it ends well regardless.
Christian Yelich had an odd streak like that for the first 2.5, 3 seasons of his career. He never had popped out in fair territory on the infield. Votto's all choked up. 0-2. Ellis gets a big chunk of that breaking ball.
You see how much Joey Votto likes to choke up on that bat, particularly with 2 strikes. Very, very good with runners in scoring position this year. 349. All those people out there that question his offensive approach, and I hear it all the time for some strange reason. He's a career 333 hitter with runners in scoring position. That is, since 1974, that's 4th in all of baseball.
It's it hard. Gordon is there. On to first in time, but the Reds rise up and push across 2. 8 men come to the plate. It's 2-0. Break. Adrian Beltre is 1 away. Rangers in the heat at home today. Rachel Robinson, much deserved. The Buck O'Neil Lifetime Achievement Award. 4th winner of the award, named for the Negro League legend Buck O'Neil. And the Dodgers beat the Giants 73-31. Last time they were this good, 1974. Cooperstown. Hall of Fame induction today. Jeff Bagwell the masher of the Astros, Tim Raines. Probably deserved to be in there a lot sooner than that. And Pudge Rodriguez. A Marlin for a season, but what a season it was in 2003. We'll have some of those speeches a little later on in the day. 2-0 Reds on top of the Marlins, bottom second here. Marcell Ozuna, Derek Dietrich, Tyler Moore against hard-throwing righty Luis Castillo. These two guys pretty good friends. Ozuna last night, a pair of doubles. Hard ground ball, Suarez. Castillo has retired all 4 that he has faced.
And he's been able to work ahead. As I mentioned early, that's pretty much the key. Ahead in the count, 152 batting average against. Behind in the count, 396. 6 of the 7 home runs he has allowed. What you learned from him, Castillo, is that he trusts his stuff. He trusts that big arm he has. If you can get ahead, you're going to get a good fastball to hit. It's going to be hard. It's going to be 97, 98 miles an hour, but it's going to be a pitch near the middle of the plate.
There's that changeup, 88, and it hung right on the corner. Two and 1 to Dietrich. Nice series for Derek. Couple doubles, a homer. Was driven in 3. Count evens at 2-2. So Miami is in second right now, though the Marlins are a ways back behind Washington, 12.5 games. Atlanta and the Mets are both 13.5 back. Atlanta has lost 3 straight.
And I still think back to May, even the message that Tom Mattingly was giving his team. He wanted his team to play better baseball, and I think that's what you've seen over the last few months, that regardless of the circumstances, don't pay attention to the standings. Don't worry about everything else that's going on. We need to play better baseball, and you've seen that top to bottom. The bench players, the role players have been given opportunities. Tyler Moore's, Ichiro's, when given the chance to play, have played very, very well. Pitching has been better at times, but the offense has really come together.
Dietrich, line drive, Votto has it. Luis Castillo is 24. He was originally signed by the San Francisco Giants. Went to the Marlins in the Casey McGee trade. Marlins then traded him to San Diego for Andrew Cashner and Colin Ray. There were some others in that trade as well. Ray, of course, had arm issues, and the commissioner's office forced the Padres to take Ray back. Marlins got Castillo back. And in the offseason, the Marlins were desperate for veteran starting pitching. And they traded to get Straley, and Castillo was traded for the 3rd time in his young career.
He's pitched much better on the road so far. Great American Ballpark, his home, 4.58 ERA, away 3.63. 3 starts since the All-Star break. He's got a 5.29 ERA. He's got moments where he dominates, but he's also had a couple starts, a couple big innings against him. I think that speaks to some of that predictability. And if you look at his zone of where he likes to throw his pitches, in fact, he's made more pitches to the middle of the plate at thigh high than anywhere else in the strike zone. Well, as I said, it tells you that he trusts his stuff, but you can get ahead of him, probably going to get a good pitch to hit.
Moore swings through that one. Moore had a couple hits on Friday night, including an RBI double. Of course, with the injury to Justin Bohr, he's going to get a lot of playing time in the foreseeable future. To right. This is Schebler, and he makes the catch. Marlins done. Reds up top, 2-0.
Is presented by the authority of the Miami Marlins. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and the descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins.
Back in Miami, Cincinnati is off to a 2-0 start. Dan Straley has thrown 51 pitches so far on the ball game. Reds got a few fortunate hits back in the second, especially the little ground ball off the bat of Billy Hamilton, the bunt hit by Castillo. But I think if Straley had to do that inning all over again, he'd try hard not to walk Eugenio Suarez, because that opened the door for the Peraza line drive, Barnhart's liner to right center. And that flare is going to be caught. Miguel Rojas runs it down. So the challenge now for Straley is to get back up on the mound, keep the Reds at bay, and as you pointed out, allow the Marlins an opportunity to come back, which they've been doing lately.
Yeah, they have. They've been good against this Reds staff, been able to score some runs, and certainly Dan wants to give this Marlins team that opportunity. He's to settle in, and I think getting out that second inning was as big as, you know, even understanding the damage. Two huge outs, particularly against Votto in that situation, who has been swinging the bat very well lately. Inning could have gone in a lot of different directions.
Suarez puts it in the air to right. There's Ichiro, and he makes the catch. Meanwhile, Luis Castillo, the Reds starter, former Miami prospect, has faced the minimum and has looked very confident in doing so.
Now really the first time through for Castillo. This Marlins team offense can't roll. Get a second look at him.
Dietrich for a look, and it's out of play.
Schebler 4 for 48 in second half. He is really dealing with some struggles. Had yesterday off, hit homer a couple days ago.
Marlins saw the Reds about a week after the All-Star game. And they were off to a bit of a slow start, but the body of work from the first half for guys like Schebler, Duvall, Suarez, obviously Votto, he was an all-star at 26 before the break. And Jeanette, you thought, well, this offense is going to roll, and they haven't for a while. That is an 8-pitch inning. Ichiro has it. Just what Dan Straley was hoping for. Not lunch, but 3 outs. Stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app, take Fox Sports Florida, and Marlins baseball with you wherever you go. Oh, have you met Tutti Frutti, the clown? Yes, we got to arrange a meeting officially. He's the official clown of Marlins Park.
They know his nose. They know his nose.
Oh. Failure to launch. Well, we'll catch up with him later. I know Jeff Conine is thrilled to see that Tutti Frutti is here. 1-0 pitch to Ichiro. Swings and misses and almost genuflex after this. That swing.
Well, that's the changeup, 87 miles an hour. Ichiro making his 10th start in right field today. He's also made 4 starts in left, 2 in center.
Little dribbler, and it's foul. Ichiro blasted one off the warning track and up over the wall. Ground rule double. As a pinch hitter on Friday night.
I have to say, it's a pretty good game planning by the Reds. Barnhart and Castillo. He's come out and he's really featured that changeup an awful lot. Blame these Marlins hitters for thinking dead red.
Ichiro shoots it up the middle. Peraza to his left. And Castillo just keeps mowing down Marlins. He's got the first 7 he's faced. Rojas and Straley come up next. The wild card game, and the 2 wild card teams in the National League, if the carousel were to stop right now, you're looking at 2 teams out of the West, Arizona and Colorado. And they're a long ways away from the juggernaut that is the Dodgers. The Dodgers are 73-31. They've won 7 straight. They've lost only 13 games at home all year, 46-13.
Well, they're the fastest team in the National League. Get to 40 games over since the 1970 Cincinnati Reds, 70-30. The last team to do it, that 2001 Seattle Mariner group, they were 61-21. I think, Rich, I'm probably more intrigued with the Diamondbacks and the Colorado Rockies and seeing if they can't hold on. It has been a bit of a start to finish kind of a conversation so far this year. Both teams have played very, very good baseball, but neither, other than a short little 2-week period for the Rockies, have shown that, you know, they're going to give some of it back or that things are going to stop going their way.
Well, next closest is Milwaukee. Milwaukee at 55-51. They're 5 back of Colorado for that last wild card spot. There's the West. You see the Diamondbacks right now, the home team if there were a wild card game between them and Colorado. Rojas rolls it up the middle. It's going to be a base hit. Peraza corrals it. Marlins have their first hit before Dan Straley digs in. We check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Hey, Rich, Dan Straley facing his former team. He's still close with a lot of the Reds players, including Tucker Barnhart, who caught him numerous times in Cincinnati. So to honor his old battery mate, he's using Barnhart's walk-up song from last season as his walk-up song today. Just in case you're wondering what it is, I Can't Drink You Away by Justin Timberlake. So a little JT today at Marlins Park.
Nice. There you go. Straley squares. Here's the last play by Peraza to his left.
3-hopper up the middle. Turn out the top of the glove of Peraza. He's doing his best to get in front.
That could be an error. He did go a ways to get to the ball. Straley gets the bunt down. Nicely done. Votto to first. And that sets a 2-out RBI opportunity up for D. Gordon. And I guess, you know, the Reds are in the basement of the Central. Everybody is wondering whether Milwaukee, St. Louis, or Pittsburgh has a run in them. This surge by the Cubs, are they back to where they should be? And will they hold on to that division lead the rest of the way?
It's a great question. One thing the Chicago Cubs have done well, even last year in their World Series championship season, even the year before that, they have owned their division. That's the one thing that stands out. You look at the Milwaukee Brewers or even the St. Louis Cardinals, Pittsburgh, all have played at times better baseball. The Chicago Cubs handle their division as well as anybody in baseball.
Gordon slices one left center, and it's caught by Duvall. And that leaves Rojas in scoring position. Miami had their first base runner, but still trailing here 2-0. here in Miami. If you're a superhero fan, some of your favorite superheroes will be celebrated on August 11th. It's a Friday night, Marvel Superhero Night. Purchase a special event ticket. You'll receive a limited edition Hulk bobblehead. And the first 6,000 fans get a Marvel Superhero t-shirt. Get your tickets at marlins.com/special events. Hulk needs to try some yoga. Not only
he doesn't look too limber. Is that what you're getting at?
Limber, and it would calm him down.
I think he's got an anger issue.
Get him in some Lululemon. Get him in one of those yoga classes. All will be good.
The great thing about the Hulk is that you always knew his mood, though.
It's true. Jose Peraza fouls a pitch back. Count 0-2. Dan Straley into the fourth. Peraza, one of the Reds that had a hit. Line drive single back in the second. Tucker Barnhart and the pitcher Luis Castillo 2 up. That hit something. I think it was the umpire's arm. Andy Fletcher.
He's seen this pitch already today in the ball game. Two-seam fastball, elevated. Watch A.J. Ellis's glove.
Umpires call that being in the slot. That slot is where umpires are taught to stand between the hitter and the catcher.
You watch, A.J. kind of pulls his hand out of the way here, I think because he believes Peraza is actually going to get hit by it. Watch A.J. kind of pull his glove back down real. I guess it was already passed.
A.J. was bracing for some sort of impact.
Right.
Too.
It was just all sorts of confusion on that pitch.
Well, that went into center field. Yelich, and it falls for a base hit. Peraza is aboard. This is a homework assignment. I'll have to go ask A.J. on that pitch. But a lot of times for catchers, that's a very vulnerable spot when you're reaching up batter side for a baseball. If it's foul tipped off the knob or foul tipped off the barrel, you're exposed. So I wonder if that was a natural recoil, thinking balls up and in, nothing good can come of this for me.
And I think that's why Andy Fletcher ended up taking it on the left shoulder.
See Peraza 2 for 2 in this Reds box score. Barnhart took a low pitch and lined it into right center to drive in the first run for the Reds. Nothing good can come of that either. Foul tip off the mask.
Change-up sliders and two-seam fastballs. Dan Straley working the ball around the zone, and A.J. Ellis. Interesting start in this fourth inning.
Pitch is out, and of course Straley, we noted his name in the last 2 weeks has been on the hot stove burner, so to speak. So was Jaime Garcia, who was just traded to the Twins and flipped to the Yankees. Garcia early this morning sent to the Bronx in exchange for a Double-A and a Triple-A pitcher from the Yankees. And according to all reports, the Yankees are the favorite to land Sonny Gray. That certainly would bolster the rotation, Garcia and Gray. Yankees have had trouble with those last two spots in their rotation after Severino, Sabathia, and Tanaka. 2-1 here. Barnhart fouls it back.
For Garcia, also a veteran presence. He's battle tested. Years with the St. Louis Cardinals, the postseason as well. A tough American League East.
And it sounds like the Rangers are still talking with a couple of teams, including the Yankees, Dodgers, another, about Yu Darvish.
I thought it was kind of interesting. You know, obviously, Dan Straley starting today, Rich. I was kind of, watching, is he actually going to make the start today? And I think a lot of people were curious just to see if it was a possibility, because obviously his name is out there, and there's certainly some teams that are interested in Dan Straley. And sometimes what you'll see over the weekend, and as you mentioned, starters kind of safety pulled from their starts just to see if a team can actually work out a deal.
Well, there's two types of guys, starters. There are those that will be under team control for a few years, and Straley is one of those. So is Sonny Gray. And then there's a 2-month rental, which is what Yu Darvish probably would be for any team, because he's a free agent after this season. Straley made a lot of good pitches in that at bat. Tyler Moore makes the catch. That's a hard-earned first out. Craig Minervini returns tomorrow. Todd, by the way, thank you for buying donuts.
Oh, sure. There you go.
Dandy Donuts in Fort Lauderdale, fueling not only the broadcast booth but also the production truck. Craig Minervini and Preston Wilson here. 6:30 for Marlins Live. South Florida Honda dealers present it. Nationals in town. Jose Urena gets the ball. Another bunt from Castillo. Gordon over to cover the bag. Brings up Billy Hamilton with a runner in scoring position. Preston, a big donut fan. Preston oftentimes when he's in the studio in Fort Lauderdale will bring donuts for the crew.
Everybody working hard. You and I had a rare off day yesterday with FS1 taking over the game, and
look,
I was just thinking about my coworkers this morning.
I know. Well, look, you didn't just stop by any donut place. You researched this place, so you spent your off day thinking about us. We're all touched.
Listen, I donut because I care.
There you go. Hamilton takes inside, and the count is 1-0. Billy Hamilton infield hit back in the second. He's popped out. It's always been the tantalizing question with Billy Hamilton. If he could just get on base at a higher on base clip. He's turned himself into an outstanding center field. I hope you had a chance to see the Dan Straley Billy Hamilton piece that ran at the outset of our game telecast. Australia red just for one season, but he's a fly ball guy. That meant Hamilton was in on a lot of outs. There's an endless loop of Hamilton making running, crashing, diving catches, and every time the shot cuts away, and there's Straley with his fists out on the mound.
Well, and it works twofold. As an outfielder, you love guys who work fast, throw strikes, and put the ball in play a lot. I mean, listen, it's fun to play behind the strikeout guys too, but you get a little bored out there sometimes. And I would imagine for Dan Straley, and he had a good run with the Cincinnati Reds, that Billy Hamilton loved playing behind him. Can't make great catches unless you have balls to make great catches on, if you know what I mean.
1-2 is up and out. Speaking of working quickly, Adam Conley certainly did that last night. Conley's last 3 starts, his ERA is under 2. And that's absolutely a terrific sign for Conley and for the organization to get back to the big leagues and put 3 of those starts together. Little pop up, and We've already seen that in foul territory. This time, Rojas makes the catch. 2-0, Cincinnati. Nice unis.
What's up, boys?
I wonder if they're local or if they're in town for some sort of tournament.
So a lot of uniforms here today.
That's right, big parade today. A.J. Ellis. And a strike from Castillo. Ellis, Christian Yelich, Marcell Ozuna. Now AJ's name also out there. Reserve catcher is a spot that some contending teams want to solidify. The team that you covered for the last 8 years is one of those teams. That's the Chicago Cubs. I think I don't know what kind of dancer Ellis is.
Well,
but they want to replace what they had last year in David Ross.
And there's a lot of similarities between the two of them. Trust me, I know David Ross very well. Obviously, AJ, I've gotten to know this season, and they're very similar type leaders. Their value is more than just their batting average and home runs hit.
Elevated fastball. And I'll tell you what, Castillo really is showing off the wares here, and the reason he rocketed up the Marlins system. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Homes for Our Troops, building mortgage-free, specially adapted homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans. Learn more about how Homes for Our Troops is rebuilding lives, and please visit foxsportsupports.com. Yelich bounced out back in the first. A Miguel Rojas roller up the middle, which actually could have been called an error, is the only hit for Miami. That the first strikeout for Castillo. He's just got overpowering velocity right now.
Well, thinking back to the first inning, and that's where so much of the credit. I mean, a great changeup, and you saw a lot of that great changeup, and now he set it up, and we'll see. I mean, we're only halfway through coming through the lineup the second time, but he has really showed his composure in that fastball. Man, oh man, the velocity behind it, but he's really stayed with it.
Change up, Yelich pulls it towards Jeanette. Castillo has 2 outs here in the 4th. And here is Ozuna. Marcel bounced to 3rd. He's not shy about challenging these hitters with 99. He has hit triple digit numerous times this year. Whew. Ozuna didn't like it. And that's why.
Down and in. 99 miles an hour. He does not need any help.
He goes down there again at 99. Come on, come on. Very helpful of Ozuna. You always want to endear yourself to the home plate umpire.
True.
Can I bring you a refreshment?
Always like to believe that worked, but I'm not sure if it did.
Righty on righty changeup. Nasty stuff. Ozuna strikes out. Castillo has been overpowering for the Reds, who lead it 2-0. Apparently on FS1 had camera 12 fired up, as we have it here today. Breaking ball, Scooter Jeanette hits it in the air high and somewhat deep. Yelich camps, makes the catch, and Dan Straley with a pitch gets an out to start the 5th inning. Joey Votto, who homered to start the game last night, singled with 2 outs in the 1st, bounced out with the bags loaded in the 2nd. Coors, cold hard facts. On base percentage, 12th all time, a .425 on base. Votto flips it to left. Ozuna's there. And Dan Straley, who gets a lot of fly ball outs, 9 Hall of Famers on that list. Votto,
That's it.
12th. That's it.
Yeah, 425. There's a lot of guys probably tell you they take that for their slugging percentage in their career. It tells you how good Joey Votto has been. Finished top 10 in the MVP voting 5 of the last 7 seasons.
Adam Duvall has struck out and popped out.
Think Joey Votto's done enough to this point in his career? Hall of Fame, since we're in the Hall of Fame frame of mind today.
I think he has to do it for another 3 or 4 years. I think if he puts another 3 or 4 years worth of home runs and on base and doubles and numbers like that, it's hard. I mean, sometimes for a player like Votto, now the Reds have been to the postseason with Votto, but especially lately, it's hard when a team hasn't been to the postseason or really hasn't had success in the postseason, because that's and it's always been this way. That's where players have a tendency to really come out on the nation stage. 2 guys that I always felt were very, very similar players. One had the, and I don't know that either are going to be in the Hall of Fame, but they're very similar numbers. Steve Finley and Bernie Williams. Williams was in the postseason a lot. Finley a few times, but very similar careers. Good breaking ball and a nice clean 1-2-3 inning. Florida, brought to you by Jeep. By Hankook Tires, chase down your passion never halfway. And by your South Florida Chevy dealers. On a Sunday, Miami looking for a 4-game sweep of the Reds. Derek Dietrich takes a fastball from Luis Castillo, and Castillo has been overpowering. Marlins have just 1 hit. That was a roller behind second by Miguel Rojas. He's been blowing 98, 99 from the very start of the game.
Well, mixing that with a great changeup as well. Good slider at times, but that changeup has been the great equalizer.
Velocity is such a big part of the game, but when you mix in the type of changeup that he can throw, or if you can throw a breaking ball or anything that is off speed and effective, there's the change. Then you really got something.
This changeup has been so effective coming into today's ball game. Batting average against the pitch, 125. Get this, a whiff rate of 42%. Every other one he's throwing is for a strike is getting missed.
That one into left. Peraza's there, and he makes the catch. Whiff rate.
Whiff rate. There you go.
Sounds like something from a college dormitory. Bryce. Oh, very nice headline there by our group. Bryce Harper. Marlins Live starts at 6:30. Yeah, sometimes that squeaking sound is a little hard to take. Tyler Moore up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Marlins have their second hit. 1 out single. You got Ichiro and Rojas coming up. Kids Sunday on Sundays here at Marlins Park. If you're new to the show, the Clevelander allows kids in. Not as much of a adult party atmosphere.
A little bit different.
Tutti Frutti, the clown, is out there with his balloons.
Now, does he pull his hair out and use them for the balloons too?
We've not seen
We don't know.
that. We've not seen that yet. Ask Conine. Ichiro.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I just don't know what it is yet. It's your second Conine reference to the clown, and I'm not sure where that's going. I'll have to get to the bottom of it. Use the crack staff around here.
We'll find.
You've led me somewhere. I mean, my curiosity is growing. I mean, I don't know the correlation between the clown and Niner, but there's something there, and I'm looking forward to the finding out what it is.
Well, the crack staff will find it for you, or at least attempt to find it for you. Ichiro fouls it back. Counts 0-2. Ichiro getting a start. You know, sometimes as a bench player, when you get the start, it's against a guy that's throwing 99 or 100. And you don't get to choose. You get the start and you pick up the bat and away you go.
Smile and you say, I'm ready. That's right. That's how it works.
Change up, little tapper. Castillo fires to second. There's one. And throw to first, not in time. 2 outs. Ichiro survives, and here comes Rojas. Now, it'll be interesting to see what the Marlins do on deck here. Straley's gone 5. If Rojas reaches, it's a chance to draw even with runners on base. There's Straley in the dugout. We'll see. There's a Tomas Talis, and I think he's going to pop out on deck. He does. It's funny, last night, it's something that we've seen for almost 2 years. That swing right there. Tom Bertucci pointed it out. Rojas' first swing of the at-bat is usually right out of his shoes. And then it gradually gets dialed down to where he's suddenly driving balls into right field.
And the numbers don't lie. Between Ozuna or Rojas, both do similarly show a little bit more aggression early in the count. And you see a bigger swing, sometimes from the heels, but they get the 2 strikes. They shorten up, use the middle of the field. Saw Marcell Ozuna do it yesterday. Rojas does it as well.
Well, let's see if he does here. Let's see if he does shorten up, try to shoot this ball to right field. Ichiro's at first. Keeping our eyes and ears open. One more day left in the trading deadline, the non-waiver trading deadline, but there will be trades made after August 1st hits. It's just a little more complicated. High chopper, and on to first goes Castillo. Miami leaves the runner. Through 5, all Reds, all Castillo. Billy Hamilton and Dan Straley. They were a nice team. Straley, a fly ball pitcher, and Hamilton, a fly ball catcher. And with that speed, man, a lot of them were spectacular.
You see that right arm in the air for Dan Straley an awful lot, don't you?
Eugenio Suarez pops a foul and out of play. Suarez opening the 6th inning with Scott Schebler, Jose Peraza behind him. Reds got a couple runs in the 2nd. Cobbled together 4 hits. Straley walked a leadoff man. Marlins were unable to make a play on a bunt. One and 2. Bud Selig, John Schuerholz also being honored with the Hall of Fame induction today, along with the 3 players. That one by Dietrich. Suarez opens the 6th with a hit to left. Geico. How about this? On this date, Willie McCovey. What a debut. 4 for 4. 2 triples in his major league debut for the San Francisco Giants. McCovey, of course, a Hall of Famer. So on this date, so I mean, think about, this is July 30th. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sometimes I'm not right on that. But that's when he made his debut for the Giants. Of course, he joined Mays. They had Orlando Cepeda. That was a great Giants team.
We had a sweet swing.
Yeah, he did. He was one of those guys where everybody would have shifted on him.
Mm-hmm.
And some did back in the day, by the way. It's not just a new age baseball thing. Guys like McCovey, there was a lot of times where defenses would shift. This is Schebler. The thing about McCovey, though, think about it. July 30th, he was the Rookie of the Year. So he essentially played 2 months and was Rookie of the Year. Runner goes, ball in the air. Ichiro converging. And a running catch by the 43-year-old in right field. McCovey played in 52 games. 429 on base, 656 slug, 354 average, 13 homers, 9 doubles, and the big man legged out 5 triples for the 59 San Francisco Giants. Mays hit third, McCovey fourth, Orlando Cepeda fifth. Peraza fouls it back.
Well, Peraza's had himself a very nice series. 6 hits, including today. One thing that we've been picking up on is how much he likes off-speed pitches. 5 of the 6 hits have come on slider or the changeup, including today. 2 hits on 2 sliders. Probably see Dan Straley throw a few more fastballs this at bat.
I think it was maybe happenstance, but it was nice symmetry that, as we were talking about McCovey, Ichiro ran down that ball in right field. Ichiro is 1 game behind McCovey for 42nd in games played in baseball history. That's pretty cool. Ichiro 2,587 games now. McCovey 2,588. There's your pitch count by inning.
After a rocky first and second inning. It's been nowhere near that 29. It's actually been quite efficient. 93 pitches here in the 6th.
A rolling breaking ball pulled foul. Tucker Barnhart, big hit. His knocked in the first run. Back in the second. Suarez still at first, and Straley still in the game at 94 pitches. Marlins looked like, had the inning continued in the bottom of the 5th, they would have hit for Straley, so he's trying to finish the 6th here and keep it at 2-0. That one kicks left. Ellis has to retrieve it. He ran by the on-deck circle, that rubberized thing that they place on the warning track, and it made me think of Adrian Beltre. Beltre today is going for 3,000. He's 1 hit away. Remember the on-deck, it wasn't a brouhaha, maybe a kerfuffle or a disagreement.
Entertainment is what it was. It's a 4-hour ball game.
That was one of the mildest to it. He was ejected from the game by Jerry Davis. This is a couple nights ago.
Well, we raised the point that Adrian had this, at bat after at bat, he was kind of wandering, almost behind the hitter, and it wasn't until the end of the game. Of course, the Marlins were up 22-10. Look at the reaction from Beltre. He's like, that was it. He got the heave-ho.
After the intentional walk, Castillo swings and misses. The reaction, though, to being ejected was nonplussed at best. He was kind of, I think he knew that when he picked it up and pulled it down the warning track, he was going to get run. he didn't really come out and scream and yell or throw anything. He just kind of looked at Jerry Davis and then went back in the dugout.
Yeah, that was the 32 runs that had been scored prior to that moment. There's all of that after a Yu Darvish start and the Marlins offensive eruption, setting all sorts of organizational records that night.
Hunter Cervenka. Miami's pen. Castillo. Strele out at first base. Wow, that was close. Even Strele, a look of disbelief that he got him. We'll take a look. Out. Really nice stretch by Tyler Moore as well. Interior of the glove in the nick of time. Far shutting out Miami on just 2 hits and a fastball, a blazing one, upwards at 99 miles an hour, and a really devastating changeup. And here's what the 2 pitches look like coming out of his hand. The release is exceptionally similar, and that's the difference in terms of time and pitch. Very cool look. Holly, when you watch that from both the release and from the hitter's perspective, what do you see?
You can't sit on both, and that's what's going to make this young man great. And I think that you're going to see his career continue to blossom. Again, you certainly wish that no injury ever comes anybody's way, but when you see 97 to 99 miles an hour out of the hand and you're dealing with a changeup that is that consistent and masked so well by good mechanics, as a hitter, you pick one or you pick the other. You're not going to sit on that changeup and probably find, and that's the thing. That's why that whiff rate's so high, is that when you see the changeup at 87 miles an hour, it has depth to it. It's not a straight change. It actually dive bombs into the strike zone. Now the fastball, granted, it might be a little bit easier to hit if it's out over the plate, but it's still 97 miles an hour. That's no walk in the park. So most hitters, Marlins hitters around the National League, are sitting on the fastball. His good secondary pitches are helping him along the way.
Mike Aviles is up. All right, so that being said, and he's been dominant here, just 2 hits over 5 innings. When he gets hit, what happens?
Well, he has a tendency, as any young player does, and that's what you've seen. You haven't seen it in today's ball game, but you've seen it so far in his small body of work here this season, is that he will start to challenge you a little bit more with fastballs. And when he misses out over the plate, he does become a little bit more predictable and a little bit more hittable. That's, as I told you, hitters coming into today's ballgame. Now, of course, the Marlins haven't really been in this position quite yet. They haven't been able to get anything going consistently. .397 batting average against him when hitters are ahead in the count.
Well, it's a unique game because you've got two guys who were traded for each other in Castillo and Dan Straley. Aviles fouls that pitch back. Is our buddy John Tuitu okay down there? Worried about him. There you go. Thumbs up. And I think Jessica's well hidden in the corner. Aviles just hit a screamer into that box. There's Jess, thumbs up. John behind the cardboard barrier there. It's like the third wall, cardboard barrier. We'll count 3-2. And the pitch count's pretty good for this young right-hander. Only at 71. Aviles trying to chew through that. 9-1-2 for Miami here in the 6th. You know what? It's closer than it looked on camera, and you can see why it was called a strike. That's right at the bottom of the box.
Borderline pitch, bottom of the zone. Remember, it's where it crosses home plate. Certainly looks down. See the downward action on that 97-mile-an-hour sinker, two-seam.
Here's Gordon. Well, Don Mattingly was upset last night in his meeting with the FS1 crew. It was discussed the electronic or robot strike zone using the same technology that we have for that strike box. And Mattingly said he's in favor of it, not in any criticism or critique of the umpires. But that technology is so good. Mattingly feels it would speed up the pace of the game. There would be fewer arguments and disagreements. You'd still have to have an umpire behind there to administrate the plays at the plate and other things that happen, foul tips.
I just think the one question that would remain is the expectation for perfection. And can it be perfected throughout a game? Is there anything that would cause it to glitch? Is there anything that would, you know, put the game itself in a position where the circumstances change?
Well, Luis Castillo waited until 1 out in the 6th for his first walk. It's D. Gordon before A.J. Ellis gets comfortable. We remind you on a Friday, August 11th, Marlins and Rockies. It is Burger and Beer Friday. It includes a juicy hamburger, a craft beer, a game ticket, and it starts at just $30. Marlins.com/burger for your tickets. Here's A.J. Ellis. Yeah, I mean, look, I think every year the technology gets better, so you would hope that they're close to as perfect as you can get. Umpires are judged on the same technology, and they say that a good game by an umpire in terms of called strikes is right around 96%. So I guess what you're looking to do is eliminate that 4 or 5%.
You got to do it, Rich. I mean, in my personal opinion, you know, you're going to have 2 managers and 2 ball clubs in a position where if it actually happens, you know, when you have a home plate umpire and there's a dispute, there's always the idea or even the belief that maybe you'll get a call back. You know, if an umpire misses a pitch, I could even use the little sequence that we just watched here with Aviles and the low strike.
Right.
D. Gordon took 2 pitches down there. Don Mattingly said something, put it in the mind of Andy Fletcher maybe. You know, you can almost make the argument that maybe you got a call down there at the knees or just below, or maybe the exact same pitch.
Line drive off the bat of Ellis. Hamilton won't get it, and it goes to the wall. Off to the races is Gordon on his way around third and in home to score. Ellis with a double. That was closer than Gordon thought at home plate, and Miami is within a run. It's 2-1.
Ringing double off the bat of A.J. Ellis. All over this fastball. Redirects it. Billy Hamilton in that speed. Impressive. Tremendous effort. That's the play shallow.
Now watch the play at the plate, though. Gordon slowed up when he got close to the plate.
I think Gordon thought he had this a little easy. Has to read it at first. Turns on the Jets around second and around third. It does slow down just a little bit right there. Thinks he's got it easy.
Whew. That was close. That was close. 1 out. Here's Yelich. Ellis at second. Swing and a miss.
You'd like to see D. Gordon slide right there just to be safe and sure.
Or at least not downshift a quarter of the way around third. Yelich has bounced out twice to the right side. Changeup misses. It's a ball and a strike. So Miami's on the board. Ellis, of course, had the really nice game against the Reds in Cincinnati. Homered in that ball game. And doubled. That was a Sunday start as well.
AJ certainly over the last month or so of his starts has been on the fastball very, very well against even high velocity.
That's on the plate. That's a fair ball. Ellis is hung up. The throw to third, and he is out. Yelich has got to run. I don't think has he been tagged? Yes, he was tagged.
Tagged him first.
And it's a double play. Wow. We'll sort it out. Look at it again. That's a good heads-up play by Barnhart behind the plate. 2-1 Cincinnati. Get another run. Here's a look.
Now Christian Yelich swinging bunt, and it backs up top of home plate. He's out before he knows it right there. You see A.J. Ellis. This is the read. Sees the ball down a couple of steps. He knows he's in no man's land. You'd love to. And now, granted, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Christian Yelich reading that's the easiest thing to do. But you've got to be thinking out of the box pretty quick because A.J. Ellis ends up hung up because of it. Barnhart pounces as soon as he applies the tag. A.J. had only taken a couple steps off second base, but Barnhart was able to get the first out of Yelich right away. So it was him versus Ellis, and no go out of the box. Double play ends the 6th inning.
Well, the Marlins do get 1 run, and they go to their bullpen here. Remember, Avila's pinch hit for Straley. Hunter Cervenka is in. Billy Hamilton in the box. Cervenka looked sharp on Friday night, 2 scoreless innings. In fact, he struck out 5. And a sharp breaking ball opens the Hamilton at bat.
Well, he featured a fantastic slider in that outing, and in fact, the lefties have been awesome against the Cincinnati Reds this season and in this series. 10 for 53. That's O'Grady, Cervenka, Conley, and Garcia. 10 for 53, 189 batting average for the entire Reds team.
So we didn't finish the strike zone discussion because of the Ellis double, but your point was you're eliminating the umpires, you know, giving a call after missing a call. Now, are you saying that's good or bad?
Well, I'm just saying that it's debatable. Like I said, I mean, that argument is with an actual human being, a home plate umpire who's there.
Right.
Now, I mean, again, we're talking about the degree of certainty. That's why I said it's got to be perfect.
Right.
Meaning, you know, because if there is something that is debatable, or one of the managers believes something's not right with the system, or that something's slightly off, or that there's a call that they're not getting, there's an argument. But there's an, you know, there's an argument with the automation. See what I'm saying? As opposed to a real live home plate umpire or a human being. So,
Cervenka there with a fastball that misses.
It's got to be perfected, is what I'm saying. And if they believe that it's perfected and it's trusted at 100%, then maybe you're in business. But until I think it's at 100%, I'm not sure you can go there.
Well, that's the goal, is to get there. And once you get there, then there is no argument.
Right.
You can, and look, even when it's implemented, if it is implemented, there are going to be hitters, catchers, managers that say, I don't believe the machine.
Right.
Right?
Oh, I agree. Yes. The evidence will be in the results, and all the data will show what it needs to.
All right. The data is that Hamilton's really fast, and Cervenka needs to keep him close to first for this Scooter Gennett at bat. You got Votto behind him, and Duvall after that.
Many times for Billy Hamilton, the impact starts now. Once he's at first base, he has on a baseball game. Cervenka paying close attention to him at first base. It's now a 2-1 game.
.44 stolen bases and a healthy lead right here. He runs, liner into center field, and it's in for a hit. Hamilton slid into second. Whether he was deked by Rojas, the crack of the bat should have told him that there'd be no throw at second. D. Gordon and Rojas were at the bag. Let's see Rojas, the shortstop.
Well, that's on Billy Hamilton. You see the peek back as he's hitting second base. Yeah, you got a bit of a deke right there, and that's what you got to do as a middle infielder. He knows it. As a base runner, Billy Hamilton, one of the best in the business at stealing bases. Probably would have been in his best interest to peek back as he's going, whether you're doing a hit and run or not. Kind of train yourself to just flash a glimpse towards home to get an idea of what's going on. As soon as he hears the crack of the bat, he's got to find the ball, but he didn't do that. Cost him a base.
find the ball or find his third base coach. And you know what? It's easy to sit up here and say that, but when you're running 100 miles an hour at second base.
Well, but that's why you peak about halfway down.
Votto takes down low. So Cervenka's run into some issues here. After Votto clears, you've got right-handed bats Duvall and Suarez. Miami's bullpen active. Drew Steckenrider. Good pitch there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Leadoff walk to Hamilton. Jeanette, a line drive single. This is the place to use Cervenka because of the 2 lefty bats, Jeanette and Votto. Now it's 3-1.
Well, he's pitched him backwards all at bat. Just threw him a fastball low and away at 90 miles an hour. We'll see what he does. He's got to get himself out of the situation. Votto, 280 versus lefties on the season.
(3-1). Now Votto is unhappy, and he should be. Pitch out. It's not easy. I mean, that ball is sliding across an invisible target, which is the front of home plate. And it's coming in at what, 89, 90 miles an hour? Fouled off of Ellis. Now full 3-2.
Well, Cervenka challenged him 92 miles an hour. Not showing signs of giving in.
In. Votto walks, bags are loaded. And so Cervenka's 7th. A walk to Hamilton, a line drive hit to Jeanette, and now a walk to Votto. It sets the table for Steckenrider, which is in an envious spot. Florida Lottery called to the bullpen. And this call to the bullpen is brought to you by the family of Week for Life scratch-offs from the Florida Lottery, with a top prize of $5,000 a week every week for the rest of your life. The longer you live, the more you keep winning. There it is. That's Winfinity. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Drew Streckenrider into the ball game. Outstanding numbers so far this season. Certainly is getting more responsibility and more leverage. Well, bases loaded, nobody out. He's got his work cut out for him this afternoon.
Dan Straley went 6. Gave up 2 runs on 7 hits. Steckenrider to Duvall. This could be a real tipping point in the ball game. You've got Duvall, who's blasted 2 homers in this series, 23 on the season. He struck out twice and popped out. Infield up the middle and Dietrich at third are back for 2. Moore is even at first. Steckenrider is a strike thrower. That's a label that a pitcher gets when he's in and around the strike zone with a lot of consistency.
He's got a big arm. Occasionally throws his changeup. Uses that slider as well. Fastball velocity 94, 96.
Check swing went. Nice job by Ellis to capture the baseball. I'm sure Steckenrider is looking forward to the Atlanta trip, which is on Friday night. Marlins and Braves, SunTrust Park, 3-game series. That's in and around that Atlanta area, home for him. 1-2. Soft ground ball. Rojas flips. Gordon turns, and they're only going to get 1. That ball hit too slowly. Hamilton scores. Votto is erased at second.
Well, you love the fact that Steckenrider is able to get the ground ball, but it is not hard hit. Good toss to D. Gordon. Strong throw across. The ball was able to get 4 or 5 steps down the line before Rojas was even able to field that baseball.
Suarez now. It's a good pitch. So the Reds are back up by 2. There's seemingly more in the tank for Castillo. He's at 84 pitches. Tomorrow night's opponent for Miami, the Nationals, have their hands full today in D.C. The Rockies just got 3 in the top of the 4th and lead the Nationals 7-4.
We also have the deadline tomorrow. Sure, there'll be a few names changing places around baseball. As teams try to determine whether they'll be buyers or sellers, or they want to bolster their rotation or not.
Ryan Zimmerman's 23rd homer has knocked in 3 of the 4 runs for the Nationals. Fastball in. Not only do they have their hands full in that ball game, but that's a doubleheader. Remember the rain out?
First game of the series, I believe, was one of those early rainouts.
Lorenzen and Suarez.
So this is somewhat of a planned doubleheader. Both teams saw it coming. Makes for an interesting getaway day.
Alan Porter says no swing. Suarez, who emerged last year, took a big jump his first full season in the big leagues. Holding his own at third base. He walks. And that's going to bring up Schebler, left-handed power bat.
Schebler has been very aggressive early this series, early in the count, almost all series long. 3 for 8 this season with the bases loaded, 8 RBIs.
You got the infield shifted a bit to the right side, but sitting in a double play spot. Bases filled with Reds once again. 3 walks in the inning. Steckenrider out front of Schebler, 0-2. Schebler, lots of power, 23 homers, has homered in this series. And he got him. Big strikeout there.
Nothing but velocity from Steckenrider. Fastball's away. Fastball in. Struggles for Schebler continue.
Here is Peraza.
Peraza benefiting in playing time. The injury to Zach Cozart on the disabled list with a quad injury. It was yesterday. They officially put him on the disabled list. Peraza's had himself a very nice series.
Bases filled. Steckenrider. Another fastball, another foul ball, and a strike. It's 1-2.
Steckenrider will be leaning on that fastball or burying that slider. Don't want to make a mistake with an off-speed pitch to Peraza right now. He has been on the secondary stuff all series long.
It sounded like it hit the bat, and it did. Scary. Fortunate for the Marlins that it hit the bat, and fortunate for Peraza that it didn't hit him.
Wow. Rich, I'm not sure I've ever seen that. He pulls his bottom hand off the bat, and the fastball actually connects right where he pulled his hand off of.
See what he gets. 1-2. Fastball out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Crowd growing uneasy. It's out. I think it's ball 3 though, because the ball that hit the bat was a foul tip. He thought that the count was 3-2. I'm sure he's thinking that that pitch that came up and in was called a ball, but it hit the bat, so it was a foul ball. So Peraza, the rookie, is back at the plate. Steckenrider has another shot here. Full count. Bags loaded, 2 outs. Everybody on the move. Big pitch, and he missed. 4th walk of the inning by the Marlins bullpen. Cervenka had 2. Steckenrider now with 2. And the Reds lead is 4-1. And of course, this is a spot with the Marlins without Kyle Bearclaw. He's on the DL. David Phelps traded. He's in Seattle. It's a spot where guys are getting reps in high leverage spots.
For Steckenrider, he needed to be able to throw his fastball for a strike.
Barnhart's 1 for 2.
Peraza able to work all the way back down in the count.
Bouncer up the middle. Gordon to his right, won't get it. It's into center field. Barnhart's going to knock in 2, and the Reds crack it open. 6-1 now, Cincinnati. And the inability to throw strikes here in the 7th has bitten the Marlins hard.
As much as we've talked about it throughout this series, Cincinnati Reds have not been able to come through in runners in scoring position until now. A lot of opportunities in the 2nd, but here in the 7th have been able to capitalize on walks, some good discipline, and some timely hitting. Their biggest inning in this series.
At the corners. And here is Castillo, who's the beneficiary of all of this. And Brian Price has his young pitcher at 84 pitches through his 6 innings. So Drismer Despagne in Miami's bullpen. Bouncer first. Moore has it. Steps on the bag. Well, 4 runs here in the 7th. And a 6-1 lead. That scoreboard's wrong. Stay in the Cayman Islands on Labor Day weekend. Just tweet hashtag Southwest Summer Days Sweeps and hashtag sponsored to @FoxSportsFL for your chance to win. Southwest Summer Days Sweeps and sponsored. Hashtag those 2 and tweet it @FoxSportsFL. 7th inning stretch, different ball game now. 6-1 Cincinnati. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock.
Hey, Rich, it is Hall of Fame weekend up in Cooperstown, and Pudge Rodriguez, one of the inductees for the 2017 class. Throughout the course of his career, he was a 14-time All-Star. He won 13 Gold Gloves, and he was a 7-time Silver Slugger. He sent out this tweet, said he was excited about Hall of Fame weekend, also congratulating all of the other inductees. Well done, Pudge, and all of the other guys going into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Well, Pudge, and we were just in Texas, so we got a great taste of how much they appreciate him. All kinds of Rangers folks actually had headed up during the week while the Marlins were in Texas to get to Cooperstown and enjoy the ceremonies. Of course, in 2003, he came to the Marlins, and with the Marlins, not only did he have a World Series ring, but this iconic moment to finish the Giants in the Division Series, holding on the JT Snow slide.
That collision into home plate, I think it epitomizes the toughness that Pudge played with as a Marlin. About 144 games that season, and I'll tell you, I think of the circumstances for Pudge even coming over to the Marlins, what he was in Texas. I was with him in 2002, and he really put it all out on the line in 03. Well worth it. One of our captains, beginning to end, was as big at the end as he was at the beginning, and really helped navigate, helped Dontrell Willis and the 22 pitchers who took the mound that year.
Well, Luis Castillo, from beginning to here, has been eye-popping. A young righty. He's given up just 3 hits. He's lived in the upper 90s with his fastball. He's mixed in that really nice changeup. He's kept just about everybody off balance. I don't think he has a very long leash here with the Reds up 6-1. Florida Lottery in-game jackpots. And it's been a year of rookies in the rotation for the Reds. He's 3-0. Reds bullpen is ready. If there's any little hiccup, Castillo's out of this ball game. Peralta the lefty, Lorenzen the righty. Dietrich and Moore also scheduled. Remember, the Marlins have in reserve Giancarlo Stanton and JT Realmuto. Ozuna lifts it down the right field line. Shebler giving chase. Security guy went down, but everybody's okay.
3-1 pitch to Ozuna right there exemplifies, not just because of the score of the ball game, but how Castillo thinks. 3-1 pitch, 98 miles an hour. Challenged one of the best number 4 hitters in the game right now in Marcell Ozuna.
Ozuna cracks that one to right, and it's caught, and that's a heck of a catch by Shebler, who turned around, found the ball, and made a leap just before the wall.
Shebler is put on alert by the 3-1 foul ball. You start to think that way. Castillo goes right back at him with 98 miles an hour. Shebler backpedals. Goes to that reverse pivot I love to talk about, and able to make a nice catch. Marcell Ozuna to get his friend Castillo swinging the bat.
Dietrich now is lined out, flied out. Dietrich flips it to center, and Hamilton is there. 2 fly ball outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Every weekday morning, Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp go head-to-head on the day's hottest sports topics. Undisputed with Skip and Shannon, weekdays from 9:30 to noon Eastern on FS1. Tyler Moore in the box. Castillo trying to get to and through the bottom of the 7th. 6 2/3 is as far as he's gone in his young career.
That an impressive start at Arizona. 3 hits, 8 strikeouts that day.
That righty on righty change. Remember how many of those Edinson Volquez threw in his no-hitter. Down goes Moore. Luis Castillo, 7 innings. Impressive stuff from the rookie right-hander. And it's 6-1 Cincinnati. How Miami getting wet. Let's stick around about 20 minutes, be nice and warm again. It's that time of year again. I know, Todd, that's on your day timer or your phone, your calendar, your iCalendar. Billy the Marlins' birthday. The Rockies are here. It's Sunday. If you buy a special event ticket, you get a Billy bobblehead. If you donate school supplies, you'll receive a signed poster. Marlins.com/special events. Tomas Talis is in the ballgame, and he's at first base. Brian Ellington in. Ellington trying to iron out some issues on the mound.
Certainly recognize the immense talent, the big arm, 80-mile-an-hour fastball with the walks. He's got to cut the walks down.
Well, that was the hard thing to stomach in the 7th inning, which blew this game not wide open, but at least at 6-1. Is that Cincinnati had just 2 hits in the 7th. 9 men came to the plate. They scored 4 runs. And Hunter Cervenka and Drew Steckenrider both walked 2 hitters, including one with the bases loaded.
Three of the walks scored. 1 walk pushed in another run. All told in this ball game, 4 walks have scored for the Cincinnati Reds.
And this has been an issue with Brian Ellington, and that's control. And he walks Billy Hamilton. Here comes Scooter Gennett. Ellington's last few appearances, both of them in Texas. 4 runs in a third of an inning with 1 walk. An inning with 2 runs allowed and no hits and 2 walks. So Hamilton ran in the 7th, though it wasn't a stolen base. He ended up at second on a single to center by Scooter Gennett. And Hamilton does not have a big lead. I'd be surprised if he doesn't run. I don't think you really want to shut down the running game. It's only a 5-run lead. He's got absolutely no lead at first base. Well, am I missing something here?
No, you're not.
What's
the only thing I can give you for an answer, and it's more funny than anything. I was just thinking that a 5-run lead to the Reds right now must feel like 15-run lead.
Right, but you're right. It's not, and Hamilton is the stolen base leader. He's got a guy with a big windup who's struggling on the mound. And yet he was standing 3 feet from first base.
Unless he's injured in some way that we don't know about.
He's not even given the impression that he's interested in second base right now. Maybe he's just trying to deke Ellington into thinking he's not going to run. He's literally standing straight up. Pitch is out, and it's 3-0.
He's just trying to get he kind of appears to be trying to get a really big secondary lead. I don't know how that benefits him. He's kind of sliding off fast. I was thinking he's going to leave the hole open for Gennett.
It's a very casual lead. How's that?
Yes, to start anyway, right?
And Ellington right now just can't throw strikes. Don Manley's got somebody up right now.
11 batters faced by the Marlins bullpen this afternoon. 6 walks. Juan Nieves gonna run out and
buy some time for Odrisamer Despaigne. You feel for the right-hander right now. For whatever reason, he's having trouble finding the plate. In the bullpen, after 6 innings of Dan Straley. Straley in his 6 innings walked 2. 1 of those was intentional. Bullpen's walked 6 in an inning plus. 2 apiece. Cervenka, Steckenrider, and now Ellington. And one of the most selective hitters in the history of the game arrives at the plate. Votto goes after a pitch, fastball, drives it center field deep. Back goes Yelich at the wall, makes the catch. Everybody tags. Gennett trailing Hamilton, and the Reds have runners second and third. And Votto came a few feet away from making it 9-1.
Yeah, this is the aggressiveness that you see from Votto. Deep fly ball. Cincinnati Reds base runners able to move up.
MLB.tv every night, every device, every out-of-market regular season game live. You get a free subscription to @Bat Premium. It's the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout, other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Adam Duvall swings and misses.
Ellington's got to get back to trusting his stuff once again, and sometimes young players, they go through that. Game turns on them, they don't get the result that they're looking for. They try to miss bats, try to live on those corners, try not to make a mistake. This is a very difficult game to play under those circumstances.
Infield's in, 1 out. That one fouled back. Oh, 2. Miami trying to cut off a run at the plate. Ellington 0-2 coming. Breaking ball, ground ball. Dietrich has it. Runner comes home. Ball in the dirt. Ellis digs it out nicely. Remember, that's Hamilton in a rundown. And Dietrich dives and tags him out. It's the last guy you want in a rundown, but the Marlins did it nicely. Dietrich applies the tag.
A nice job by Dietrich coming up with the backhand. Nice job by A.J. Ellis coming up with the short hop. Not a great throw by Dietrich, but A.J. able to narrow the distance, which you want to do when you and the base runner. Shorten the number of throws in between.
Ellis had two things to deal with at the plate. One was the short hop. The other, the bat was down there as well. And thankfully for him, ball didn't hit bat a second time. This would be a nice building block for Ellington if he's able to pitch out of this. He's got 2 outs here. Suarez takes in. It's 2-0. Scott Schebler's on deck. And one of the best arms, in fact, the best arm in the Reds bullpen, Raciel Iglesias. To get Suarez to chase that low fastball, and it's 2-1. Nationals and Rockies are still 7-4. Colorado top 6 in DC. Long day for the Nationals, doubleheader. The Nationals and Marlins here tomorrow night.
Good fastball by Ellington. Took a strike down in the zone. Back up top.
Suarez back in. Jeanette at second. Duvall's at first. And a 2-2. Strike 3 called. Brian Ellington wobbled at the start, but a real nice finish to that 8th inning. Nationals Marlins, Gio Gonzalez and Jose Urena open up a 3-game series. Nationals playing a doubleheader at home against Colorado today. Marlins ending this 4-game set with the Reds. And they're going to have to do some work, some major work here to get that sweep. They won the first 3, have the fish, but it's a 6-1 Cincinnati lead. This was a matchup of guys that were traded for each other. Dan Straley started for Miami, and Luis Castillo has been superb for the Reds. Castillo, the young arm, was actually traded twice by the Marlins. Once to the Padres. Remember, the Padres were admonished, fined by Major League Baseball for not reporting accurately injuries on players they traded. Colin Ray was one of those guys. Marlins sent Ray back and got Castillo in return. It's a strike. Ichiro bailing out there. It's 2-2. Miguel Rojas, and then a pinch hitter, or excuse me, Tomas Talis, who came in the double switch. And Ichiro swings at a low fastball, and it's by him. Castillo continues to dazzle.
High velocity still there for Castillo, 98 miles an hour on the last pitch.
Not a lot has gone right for the Reds after the All-Star break. They have lost 14 of 16, but this has gone right. This start for Castillo. Here's Rojas. Five strikeouts with a 24-year-old and a walk.
Career long, already working into the 8th inning here today. Now in the minors, he had 4 7-inning starts and 1 8-inning start, so potentially setting professional highs for Castillo.
Rojas has one of only 3 hits. Tyler Moore with a single, A.J. Ellis with a RBI double. That's strike 3. 98. He has struck out the last 3 he's facing, and his stuff seems to be getting better as the day goes along.
Confidence rising now with the lead. Comfortable lead, I should say. Attacking the strike zone. Remember, there in the 7th inning, had a little trouble as he came out of the gate, really set himself up. Continues to attack the strike zone here.
Here is Talis. After the first pitch, lofts it in the air. Duvall under it and makes the catch. That's a 10-pitch inning. Luis Castillo with the start of his young pro career. have 4. Pudge is going in, so we thought it would be interesting to take a look at Pudge and JT Realmuto. 361 games for Realmuto. Where was Pudge in his first 361? Now, we're not saying Realmuto's headed to the Hall of Fame. Pudge was younger when he got to the big leagues, but still, it's an interesting look. See the runs driven in. Pudge, a much more polished defensive catcher when he got there. Of course, Realmuto was a shortstop in high school, but the offensive numbers are impressive.
Off to a great start for JT Realmuto. Pudge doing it as a teenager.
Odrisamer Despagne for the Marlins. Breaking ball, 2 hops for Gordon. Schebler is out, 1 pitch, 1 out. Despagne had a really nice run going in New Orleans when the Marlins called him up. As a starter in New Orleans, a 2.83 ERA. Here is Peraza.
Despagne has earned another opportunity. He's now 3rd here with the Marlins this season. Be leaned upon in a variety of roles, I would assume, in that bullpen. Maybe pitch himself into some leverage as the season goes on. Should say some higher leverage, like the 8th or 9th inning.
Brad Ziegler in Miami's pen. Ziegler warmed up last night, wasn't needed at the end. Jaime Garcia finished the night. Dustin McGowan and Garcia caddying at the end for Adam Conley, who went 7 2/3. One of the things the Marlins liked about Despagne's run in New Orleans, he was much more aggressive. Two balls, 2 strikes. The Phillies have a 1-0 lead over the Braves. That is top 7. A rare 1-0 game in Philly in the 7th. Cubs and Brewers 2-2, bottom 6 in Milwaukee.
Brewers, the one team most connected to the Dan Straley rumors.
Mets are in Seattle. That game is just about to start. And Despagne loses Peraza. So far, Melky Cabrera back to the Royals is the biggest trade this afternoon. Jaime Garcia to the Yankees from the Twins was a little bit of a twist since he was just acquired. Sort of like that reality show, Flip This House. Sometimes, though, when a team is looking to move someone or trade someone, they don't always find a partner that's got the right stuff for them. And if that partner's needs fit another team's needs, that's when you end up either doing a 3-way trade, or in that case, Garcia going to Minnesota, and then Minnesota sending him, what, about 5 days later, 6 days later?
One start One start for the Twins.
In fact, when the trade of A.J. Ramos to the Mets was announced, there were some that immediately thought the Mets, and they may still do it, were going to flip Ramos to another team. In the air to right. We apologize for the exclamation.
And that kind of changed a few seasons ago. Maybe it was the Cole Hamels deal. I feel like there might have been a trade a few years before that, but even the idea where an organization can make a move, a longer term move here at the deadline. Everybody assumes that everything is built or centered around playoff chase, wild card conversation, winning the division. But that's just not always the case now. I think in Ramos, you can make the argument the Mets expect to contend next year, that Ramos would be part of their longer term plans.
It's a great point, because if an asset comes open, available, is being shopped, and that's a need for you moving forward, whether it's the end of this year or more likely next year, if Addison Reed is moved for the Mets.
I believe he's a free agent at the end of this year. You've got Jeurys Familia potentially coming back, but he's also an insurance policy for Familia, who had the blood clot in his arm.
Patrick Kivlahan. And the count's 2-1. So that's it on the trade front. Hall of Fame speeches are still going. It's good to know that Robbie Ray at this point is okay. Diamondback pitcher took a 108-mile-an-hour line drive off the left side of his head. No bleeding, no skull fracture. He's on the 7-day concussion list. He never lost consciousness. Down he goes. Despaigne works a scoreless night. 6-1 Reds. Bottom 9 coming. Low fares, nothing to hide. By Jeep and by your South Florida Honda dealers. That's a really cool time lapse there. I think a lot of fans would be surprised to know the amount of clay that's on the home plate area and the mound area. That's to avoid big holes for pitchers and hitters. Grounds crew doing nice work. Line it up. Mark it up. And then once the game starts, it turns into this. Very cool stuff. Thanks for that in the truck. D. Gordon into center field for a hit. So the Marlins are not only down 6-1, they're facing Raciel Iglesias out of the Reds bullpen.
As you said, Rich, Iglesias, the best arm in that bullpen. He's having an outstanding season. You see the 17 saves. Sometimes hard to get him work. 1.45 ERA. Scoreless 7 straight appearances coming into this one.
A.J. Ellis has knocked in the only run of the day. And Iglesias throws a strike. For a team like the Reds, the difference between a guy like Iglesias and a guy like A.J. Ramos in terms of need and roles is Ramos much more of a veteran, and Iglesias so young, the Reds have no intention of shopping him around. They see him as an asset since he's not eligible for arbitration and free agency is a long ways away. I thought AJ's note that he wrote was very heartfelt. And having been around this ball club for a long time, AJ Ramos is one of the really good guys that has come through here. Remember, this was a guy that was not a high draft pick, that just through hard work and determination got himself to the big leagues, an all-star, gave to the community. In fact, the other night he had hosted a group of kids out here that he sponsors with tickets and such.
Ramos understood what being a professional was all about. Certainly appreciated the fans here in Miami, the organization for the opportunity, and the people who had helped pave his way. Lots of gratitude to go around. Certainly new opportunity for him with the Mets.
This is the thank you that Ramos tweeted. What a ride it's been, Miami. I'm truly thankful for the time I've spent wearing the Marlins uniform. To Marlin fans, thank you for the love and the support. And lastly, thank you for all the great memories you've provided these last 5 years. I'm truly blessed for the time I've spent here. And we wish him well. Be interested to see if he is a Met later this year or even next year. 2-2. This is one of those A.J. Ellis at bats where he fights off like 4 or 5 pitches, gets himself deep in the count.
He's done a very nice job over the last month or so, getting himself into good fastball counts, getting himself into the mistake count, if you will, fighting off tough pitches.
That is ball 4. 9-pitch walk. After the Gordon single, Ellis walks. Now, the last time Yelich was up, this was our Bonefish Bang Bang play of the day. For great fish, great cocktails, great times, head to Bonefish Grill. This is a really nice play for Tucker Barnhart.
Bounced out from behind home plate. Quick tag of Christian Yelich puts him in a position to double up A.J. Ellis, who just slightly wandered off second base, but enough to double him up.
Yelich 0 for 3. And a strike. Remember, with the double switch, the pitcher spot, which is Despagne right now, is in the 6th spot in the lineup. Yelich is 3rd. Both Giancarlo Stanton and JT Realmuto have not been used in the ballgame. You got Yelich, Ozuna, Dietrich. And Iglesias goes to 1-1. A little insurance in the bullpen if this doesn't go well. Blake Wood
Really hoping for a couple of productive at-bats from Yelich and Ozuna. The big guys who didn't start today, a couple of opportunities.
2 balls and a strike.
Like to get Stanton to the plate as the tying run.
Inside corner, 97. Two balls, 2 strikes. Gordon second, Ellis first. Breaking ball, Yelich stays alive.
Remember in yesterday's ball game, a 2-strike home run to left center field. Loves to let the ball travel, get a little deeper with 2 strikes.
Got him to chase. Change up. And a good pitch. So there's an out, and here comes Ozuna.
A defensive swing from Yelich, who's trying to foul this pitch off. See the running action on the changeup, 89 miles an hour. Runs off the outside corner. Yelich just hoping to foul that pitch off, unable to. Bring up Marcell Ozuna. Real nice last at bat. Line drive to right, 0 for 3 on the day.
A little different release point there. Iglesias drops down.
Get a snapshot of the Reds' future today between a Castillo and Iglesias. Young starter, 8 solid innings.
Ozuna blasts one left center field, way out of here. I mean, that's up on the concourse. And the Marlins get 3 back.
Talk about an instant adjustment. Swung through an 85-mile-an-hour slider the pitch before. Iglesias throws it again. Didn't miss it the second time. Here it is. There it goes.
That's one of the longest home runs I've seen Marcell Ozuna hit. It's up. Looked like it just landed in that stairwell shy of the concourse. So it's 6-4. Here's Dietrich. And a slow breaking ball misses down low. And Iglesias rocked right now. 465 feet for Ozuna on StatCast. 114 miles an hour on the exit velocity. And Brian Price wants to know what was that pitch? 65 miles an hour. Are you okay? Stanton getting loose. Real Muto is on deck. That's the pitcher spot. Boy, you'd love to get somebody on base right now. And give those 2 bats an opportunity. Dietrich's 0 for 3. Takes a strike. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Stanton lurking in the dugout.
Well, as this progresses, Iglesias now at 21 pitches. Stanton is getting ready. Real Muto's on deck. 2-1. Trick after a fastball and fouls it back. Blake Wood's ready in the pen. Dietrich got a piece of that changeup, stays alive. It's 2-2 for Marcell Ozuna. His 24th homer. And we were talking about the month of July and the numbers that some guys have put up in July. How about Ozuna and his RBI total in July? You can add 3 to what he's done. 27. Dietrich, right field deep. Back goes Schebler, and he's there and makes the catch. So you got a Real Muto, and Stanton is right behind him on deck. And with 2 outs, Marlins going to take their best shots here.
It's pretty simple. You send JT Real Muto up with the hope of getting on base. An opportunity to Stanton. The hope of a big blast. Looping a blast. This is the situation where that phrase was probably coined many, many years ago.
It's the baseball equivalent of a Hail Mary.
Yes.
Or a full court heave. I guess you could go with every sport. I mean, you could, it's hockey, it's pulling the goalie.
Right.
Bouncer out to second. Jeanette has it, and this ball game belongs to the Reds. An Ozuna 3-run homer made it interesting. But this ball game was all about Luis Castillo, the 24-year-old, getting to face his old organization, and he was brilliant today. Going 8 innings, giving up just the 1 run. Reds salvage a game. Marlins win the series 3-4. And it's the Nationals in next. Marlins live next as well.